Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge. Have you moved courtrooms, or is this a guest appearance?
I moved courtroom. I'm in 234 now.
Okay.
I thought I left my robe down here, but apparently I didn't. So I'll be right back.
Only got 5 exams. I can do it. That's I need. Oh, thank you so much. Bless her. God will bless you. What's the prosecutor on? Who's the prosecutor? Every day somebody. Okay. Yesterday we had. I get your name come in. Thank you. I really need your infraction. You need to be number. Attorney David, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
No, not you, Miss Bailey.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Are you our prosecutor in this courtroom?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What's your P number?
84009.
Thank you. And I was calling Attorney David. I needed his P number actually. It's saying it's Bryn Bailey. Yeah, last name Bailey. So you're new? Well, I've been a court clerk for it's going on 6 months, but I've been with the court going on 5 years in October. Oh, so you're just training what? Well, I'm training criminal. I normally do training. Oh, so still you've got big doc. You don't understand. They're training us how to help you guys set up. But you don't understand. Yes, it is. How you doing? Yes. It was a rough cases. The child. Child. There's more than that today. Yesterday. And today. Pardon? I thought it was the day before. No, it was the day before. Okay. Yeah, that guy.
Okay. First up is Mr. Cripps.
Mhm.
Morning, Judge.
Morning, Mr. Cripps. Who do you have this morning?
Eric Bryant, probable cause conference. He's joined us by Zoom.
Okay, we ready for Brian. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have the APA here?
Yes. she's a-
Oh, Ms. Bailey, are you my DP prosecutor today?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay.
Calling case 2355510. State of Michigan versus Eric Reginald Bryant. Count 1, criminal sexual conduct, assault with intent to commit sexual penetration. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. 34972, appearing on behalf of Eric Bryant, who's joined us by Zoom.
Mr. Bryant, tell me your name for the record. Mr. Bryant. His audio is not connected, Mr. Cripps. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I just got retained a couple of days ago on this case, and I don't have discovery yet, so I was asking for an adjourned PCC.
Is there a possibility this may resolve itself short of an exam?
It's probably going to go to an exam, looking at the nature of the charges.
All right, then we may as well set the exam date now then. How is March 8th at 11:30?
That's fine, Your Honor.
March 8th at 11:30, bound to be continued.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you.
Have a great
good day. Weekend.
Thank you too, Your Honor. You too. Thank you.
Let Mr. Bryant know he's all set. Mr. Kearney, good morning again.
I'll
Good
call
morning,
him right now.
Who do you have, sir?
I have Alexander Rodriguez, Judge. He's in the Wayne County Jail.
Okay.
And the AAG, Ms. Carter, is here as well.
I'm here on Rodriguez, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
Okay, calling case 2355044. The state of Michigan versus, let's see, I'm sorry. I'm gonna spell the name LAEXZONDER. Middle name is spelled ANDREAS, last name Rodriguez. Count 1, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, commercial sexual activity. Count 2, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, criminal sexual activity. Count 3, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, criminal sexual activity. Count 4, prostitution. And count 5, prostitution. Count 6, prostitution. Count 7, prostitution. Count 8, criminal enterprises. He's a habitual offender, third or fifth notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Carter, Assistant Attorney General for the people.
Blaze Kearney from the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, PA3960, on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez, who is currently incarcerated in the Wayne County Jail. I would request the court's permission to waive his presence for the purpose of this hearing.
No objection.
Order, his presence, what's your pleasure?
Judge, I have received the external hard drive from the government. I had an opportunity to begin to look into the materials there. I have sent a few follow-up requests to Ms. Carter regarding additional information. It may take a bit to get answers on those, but at this juncture, I think it makes sense to put a preliminary exam date on the calendar. I still have, and I know that Ms. Carter is also interested in potentially resolving this case short of an examination, but due to the length and complexity of scheduling a preliminary examination in this case, I think it would be prudent to get a date on the books. Ms. Carter anticipates that this preliminary examination will take 1 to 2 days.
How many witnesses are you talking about, Ms. Carter?
At least the 7 victims that were involved here, as well as a couple law enforcement. So it's going to take, I would anticipate that each of those victims is probably going to take, roughly an hour or so. And then the law enforcement, the law enforcement witnesses will probably take a couple hours themselves.
Okay, for starters, let's start with March 10th at 1:30.
Let me check on that. That might not be a good date for me, Judge. 1 second. I'm sorry. March 10th is not going to be a good date for me, Judge.
It's not going to work for me either. Sorry, Your Honor.
March 13th, any time of day.
I have the first half of the day. I am doing medical appointments. I can be available after 1 o'clock on that day.
I can be available the afternoon, Your Honor.
1:30.
That would work for me.
Okay, March 13th at 1:30.
We will try and get as much as we can done that day, Your Honor. However, I suspect that we will have to carry over to another date.
Understood.
Yeah.
Cross
Okay.
that, get to it. Bob, we continue.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate your time.
And Your
sorry,
Honor,
yes.
well, we did have an issue with regard to bond. We were receiving reports from some of the victims that they were being contacted indirectly from the defendant. And so I guess we wanted to just, number one, clarify what the no contact provisions are, if it's with regard to all of the victims in this case, or look at whether we need modifications. Defense counsel has indicated that because of the defendant's incarceration, that he is asking the defendant to enlist others to assist him in contacting the witnesses. So I think that we need to address that issue at this point.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what the content of the order for bond is at this juncture, Judge. The fact is there are 54 adult victims, as the investigators report puts it, are listed in the investigators report. From my conversations with Mr. Rodriguez, he has a number of people that he think ought be interviewed. I agree with him based on our conversations. The issue is he's incarcerated and doesn't have the contact information for some of these people, right? Like, how do you get a hold of a particular person's phone number, especially if you don't, you're not sure how to spell their name or what their real name is.
It's one thing to gather that information. It's quite another to actually contact them.
So this is kind of common for the way a defense investigation goes, is that people are reluctant necessarily for someone to be cold calling them. As a defense attorney, the more prudent or likely to have success manner is someone that knows them, says, hey, this defense attorney may be getting a hold of you, by the way, I'm just giving you a notice. I think that if the court were...
Why don't you go through the prosecutor? Why don't you go through the attorney general to contact those witnesses? You may be more successful in getting them going that route.
In my experience, that's not the case, Judge.
Mr. Kearney, I'm gonna tell you now, I have an issue with the defendant and anyone associated with the defendant contacting witnesses.
I mean, it's not contacting the witnesses, obtaining their contact information for me. That's all it is. It's not interviewing anybody. It's not saying,
As I said initially, it's one thing to gather information, to get in contact with them. It's quite another to actually contact.
right, I can assure the court that I'm not, this is Mr. Rodriguez's girlfriend. I can assure the court that she's not conducting any interviews on behalf of the defense or anything like that. I've been receiving text messages that says, hey, contact this person.
Contact, period. I don't want her contacting them, period. And if this kind of conduct is substantiated, then I'm going to cut off this jail card.
Well, understood, Judge. I mean, I think this is for a legal purpose. It's not.
That's what you say, but I'm not so sure that's in fact the case.
Why?
Because I don't know. I don't know what his intentions are. I don't know what the conversations are.
Right, but I think it's one thing to not know, it's another thing to presume it's malicious.
Which leads me to my next point. Perhaps we should have a hearing to find out exactly what is the nature of the contact.
For a bond, that brings back my original question, which is what is the bond condition?
No contact. No contact means no contact, period.
Well, I would like to know the precise language of the bond condition. If there's a written order that says this
No,
is the bond.
spell N-O, contact, C-O-N-T-A-C-T. No contact whatsoever.
Could the court please provide the bond order via email to myself?
Okay.
And Your Honor, I understand the situation here, and I have no problem coordinating with defense counsel and trying to provide the most recent contact information and try and mediate between defense counsel their desires to contact the victims in this case for interviews. That's something that we would normally do. Of course, we can't guarantee compliance, but we will certainly make every step to make sure their desires are known with regard to the victims.
Particularly as it relates to those witnesses who you intend to call at exam.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so are you asking for a bond hearing, Ms. Carter?
I am not, Your Honor. I'm satisfied that the bond conditions are sufficient. I just wanted to, I guess, make it clear that we're all on the same page. And so to the extent, I don't know if defense counsel wants a bond motion because obviously he has a desire to, in the interest of his client, reach out to these folks, but I guess we're having a difficulty in determining the best way for him to do that.
Yeah, and I think at this juncture, I'll review the bond order. If there's a modification I think is necessary to seek so that, we can do our investigation, I'll file a motion with the court. So I'm not asking for one at this time.
March 10th at 1:30.
Is it, you said the 13th, Judge, I think? Is that right?
Oh, it's the 13th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, March 13th. What time did we say?
1:30.
1:30, okay. Let me continue.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Cripps, you're back.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Bryant's back on also. We'd like to address the issue of tether, if we could, on Eric Bryant.
And recalling 230-555-1001, people versus Eric Reginald Bryant. Mr. Cripps.
Yes, Your Honor. David Cripps, P34972, appearing on behalf of Eric Bryant. Mr. Bryant, could you introduce yourself, please?
Have to unmute yourself, sir.
I got it. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Tell me your name.
Eric Reginald Bryant.
Okay, what's going on, Mr. Crooks?
Judge, he currently has, there's confusion as to what he was told at the arraignment on the warrant for tether. He has a job. It's on hold right now, pending this case. He wanted to go out and search for another job, but he was told by his tether agent he couldn't do that without addressing the court. So at this time, Judge, I'm asking the court to modify the tether condition to either remove the tether itself or to make it a GPS tether, because it's interfering with his ability to go out and get work, and he needs money for his daily expenses.
What kind of tether is he on now?
We believe he's on home arrest tether with work conditions allowed, but
The order says
Can't go-
GPS tether work only.
right. So he's on suspension from work. He called his tether agent, said, "Can I go out and look for a job?" The agent said, "No, you have to address the court." So they're causing him not to be able to look for a job. So I was wondering if the court would just alter the tether to GPS tether
It is a GPS tether.
without the home arrest provision.
People,
Your Honor, I think that looking for a new job would fall within what the court has already allowed Mr. Bryant. I don't think that the removal of a tether or removal of the house arrest completely is an appropriate remedy, but I think that searching for a new job definitely qualifies for working.
so the work only provision of the tether, he's given a certain period of time where he's supposed to be working, right?
That would be my understanding, Your Honor.
Is that right, Mr. Crooks?
Yes, he was given, my understanding, he thinks he was given a curfew of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay, so what's wrong with that?
Nothing, as long as the tether people aren't honoring that. He said he can't, the tether agent told him he couldn't go out to work. So I guess with a clear order from this court, that would solve the problem.
So 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's
All right, so provide me with an order indicating that he could be relieved of the tether conditions from 9 to 5. And all other conditions of the tether are to remain into effect. No contact with the complaining witness. Is that satisfactory, Mr. Crooks? Mr. Crooks, can you hear me? You didn't hear me?
I can hear you, Judge.
Okay, I said, provide me with an order that indicates that he can be relieved of the tether conditions from 9 to 5. And that all other conditions of the tether are to remain into effect. And no contact with the complaining witness.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wayne County Jail.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Good morning. We have a Chantez Moore.
Okay, we're just waiting on Mr. Moore's attorney to arrive. We're just waiting on his attorney.
Thank you. Can you inform me when the attorney arrives so I can go to his unit?
Okay.
Thank you.
Wayne County Jail.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, his attorney has arrived.
Thank you. Give us just a couple.
Tom,
Yes.
you hear
Sorry,
more?
I didn't know you moved courtrooms.
You gotta stay with me, I'm quick.
You are.
Your Honor, this is Chantez Moore.
Okay, thank you. We're ready on board.
This is case 2355493, the state of Michigan versus Chantez Moore. Count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or strangulation. Count 2, police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing. Count 3, domestic violence, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. Janet Spand appearing on behalf of Mr. Moore, P43281.
Mr. Moore, tell us your name, sir.
Chantez Moore.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Bond?
Your Honor, we'd like to set a preliminary exam.
All right, court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on March 8th at 10:30.
Your Honor, I cannot do Wednesday and Friday mornings. Could we do
March 13th at 10 o'clock?
Could we do 11 o'clock?
Okay, 11 o'clock.
That's good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, March 13th at 11 o'clock. Final, we continue.
May I ask Mr. Moore a question?
Go ahead.
Mr. Moore, are you in the jail under another name? Because they told me you weren't there.
No, I'm here under my official name.
Okay. I don't know what's
Your
going on. What jail are you in? What, the Division 1 or 2?
I don't know, ma'am.
Okay.
If I may, Your Honor,
Division 1.
I do have a note here from APA Mosisian that indicates that there are two different spellings of Mr. Moore's name. One with an I before the Z and one with an A before the Z. I will work on filing an amended to include the as known as.
That may be your problem there, Ms. Bond, the spelling of his name.
No, but they just searched Moore and 3 other people came up, but not him. So I don't understand, but I'll find you, Mr. Moore.
I'm willing to bet that there's more than 3 people in the Wayne County Jail with the last name Moore.
I don't know. That's what they told me. Maybe it wasn't updated.
Mr. Moore, can you get the deputy for me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning again. What division is Mr. Moore in?
Mr. Moore is in jail Division 1, Your Honor.
Division 1, okay. The attorney's having a hard time locating him.
You're gonna have to spell the name like it is on the screen.
This is SHAWNTIZE, last name MOORE.
I got it.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Have a great weekend.
Is this matter concluded, Your Honor?
Yes, he's all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're just missing someone. Yes.
Can we get one in?
I'll work on it.
In the system on Wayne County prison system, I just walked in on the end, that guy, his name was with an I and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
that's
all that.
Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Malik Davis.
Just waiting on your,
I'm sorry, say it again.
we're just waiting on your turn.
Okay.
I can say.
No, I can't read this.
Oh. You know who your attorney is.
Oh, yeah. You know who your attorney is, sir? I didn't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can't now. You know who your attorney is?
Yes, Earl Washington.
Washington Figures. Okay, thank you.
You said Earl Washington.
Earl Washington.
Oh, Earl Washington. Oh. Say Detroit name.
Fine. Did for a while, practice some tricks. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Question for you. I'm looking for Judge Jones. What's her zone number or his zone number?
435. 360-435-0000.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No.
Okay, here's Mr. Washington now. I was just calling for you, Mr. Washington. There he is.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize, Your Honor. I was in the wrong courtroom. I was in the 538 courtroom, and then I found out, I guess you're in a different courtroom now.
Yeah, you get a pass.
Okay, I have Malik Davis. That's correct. And if I can speak to Mr. Davis in a breakout.
Before we call the case?
Yes, before we call the case. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead and join the breakout room.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
As long as you know.
Yeah.
We're all set, Your Honor.
Okay.
Calling case 2355513, the state of Michigan versus Malik Davis. Count 1, unlawful imprisonment. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or strangulation. Count 3, domestic violence. He has one more case. This is case number 2355512, the state of Michigan versus Malik Davis. Count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or strangulation, and count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Earl Washington, Neighborhood Defender Service, P31383, on behalf of Mr. Malik Davis.
Mr. Davis still is trying to make his way out of the breakout room.
Oh, okay.
15 seconds. There he is. Mr. Davis, tell us your name for the record.
My name is Davis.
Mr. Washington, what's your pleasure?
Judge, we're gonna ask for a preliminary examination.
All right, the court will continue the plea of not guilty. We'll set both matters for preliminary exam on we can do February 27th at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that appears.
Okay, what?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Bond will be continued. Thank you.
Judge, may I address that issue of bond?
Hasn't it already addressed?
Well, they did set it. I think on both. I'm not sure on both of them, but I do see where there's 50,000, or is it 500,000, 10%. I was going to ask if that can be lowered. Mr. Davis is employed at Team Wellness. I'm not aware of a capious history. So there's every indication that he would make his appearance, make any and all court appearances.
So why does he have 2 cases before the court today? Both of this year. So
Judge,
did he have a case and then pick up another case while on bond?
yeah, I just got the discovery on this, and I didn't see the circumstances. He's denying the allegations, Your Honor. So you know, he maintains his innocence.
So my question to you is, what circumstances have changed since the last time he had a bond here?
Well, I'm not sure if any circumstances have changed since the time it was set, but I'm just indicating that there's every reason to believe that he will make his any and all future court appearances.
Mr. Davis, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, sir. Okay, I got you now. Mr. Davis, what location do you work at Team Wellness? Yeah, I'm talking to you. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. What location do you work at Team Wellness?
I work at the Mac Ave location, sir.
The what location?
Mac Ave location.
Mac?
Yeah, on Mac. Mason.
Who?
Mason.
Spell that for me.
M-A-S-O-N.
Mason.
Yes, sir. I'm a public safety officer. I work on the 3rd floor with a crisis stabilization unit.
How long have you worked there?
I've been working there since November 21st, sir.
You say you worked there since when? November?
November 21st. I'm sorry, sir, say that again.
Mr. Rita Chubbs to you.
That is my baby's mother. Do I live there?
Yeah.
No, sir, I have my own home. I stay on East State Fair Street. She lives in Westland at Willcrest Apartments.
Okay, Mr. Washington, I did verify his employment. He does in fact work for Team Wellness. And are you going to get a job when you get out of here, sir? Are you going to still be able to work there?
I talked to my job a couple of days ago. I just got to go have a meeting with my director. And he said, we can settle everything over this meeting. But hopefully, I had to get out first. But I can't do anything in here. Not trying to be funny or anything.
Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, I think the bonds are completely appropriate as is. We do have two very, very serious cases here, both of which include allegations of domestic violence and strangulation against the same complaining witness, who is by Mr. Davis's admission, the mother of his child. These are very serious allegations, and Your Honor, I fear for the safety of the complaining witness, especially considering the fact that Mr. Davis, by his own admission, again, is a security officer. I would imagine that requires a gun. I do see that he does have his CPL. And I fear for the safety of the complaining witness, Your Honor. I think these bonds are completely appropriate for the charges that we're looking at.
Judge, he certainly will obey any no contact order from the court.
And may I say one thing as well, Your Honor?
That's up to you and your attorney. How old is your child?
Well, my child he's be turning 6 months in a couple of days. The first child isn't mine, but I've been taking care of him since birth. So he's 5 years old. He just turned 5 in January. I've been there for him since he's been born. He was a NICU baby. Been there for him ever since. Me and her have been together for 5 years.
So you have $500 personal bond on one case. I'm sorry, $500,000 10% bond on the other.
Yes, sir.
That's because you picked up the second case. What I'm going to do is I'm going to refer it to pretrial services, bond recommendation. To get some background about the defendant.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, bond will be continued right now.
Okay. Mr. Davis, I'll come and see you.
All right.
All right, have a good day, Your Honor.
Thank you, you too.
Your Honor, I think that is all for the PCCs this morning. I'm going to sign off and I will make my way over to the courthouse for the exams.
Okay, thank you. See you soon.
See you soon.
Down to 20.
Yes. Good, how you doing?
Brian, I'm going to step away for a second. No.
Sure.
I'll
try to survive.
You'll be okay. But we're Pisces.
When's your birthday?
March 6th. Mm-hmm. Where's yours? The 28th, 27th?
28th.
28th. Good, good. Okay. That's Bailey. Right? Oh, you were just on.
She looks taller on TV.
Yeah, that's probably true.
It's hard. He said, yeah. Did I do all that? He said I did. Yeah. You're natural. She said, thank you, Ms. Carmen. She's a natural. He said I'm a natural. Oh. Oh, you would have me on next week. Look at my face, I'm like. No, not you. Yeah, okay. Did you call me from the 17th? Is that you? Yeah, I mean. Okay. Okay. I got it. Okay. What time do you take? You do, so I get here at 8:30, but I'll try to get here a little. Uh-oh. Right. You gotta go upstairs and then come back down. I dropped my son off when I was school, so. As long as he can get ready early, then I can leave early. Something like the older man. Especially G16, he moves so slow. And 20, right? Oh. So, what's the, what paperwork was it? Well, one of them. Yes, 2 places. Where they at?
Here comes a hometown favorite, Mr. Clemens, how can I help you? Mr. Clemens, you playing peekaboo with me? There he is. Yes, sir, how can I help you? Connect your audio. Yes, sir, how can I help you?
Can you give me 2 seconds, Judge? I'm just finishing a plea.
1,000, 1,000.
2 minutes.
All right.
bring it.
Probably because I got this big old glass in front of me, that's blocking it too. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
The issue that we have is we have a pretty extensive preliminary examination that's scheduled, I believe, for March the 24th with myself, Mr. Makepeace, and William Noakes. It's a first degree, it's a felony murder case and a child abuse case. Well, both myself and Mr. Noakes have spoken to our clients, and we wish to waive the preliminary examination. And Mr. Makepeace has given approval to that via email as well. But one of the things that he's concerned with is he wants to waive it before the exam date. I've told him that, you know, as officers of the court, when we say that our clients are going to waive in writing, that that's usually binding, or at least it would give him an adjournment if they change their mind. But he's pretty persistent in us doing that in advance. I wanted to know if the court had the room to add Ms. Hamilton and the co-defendant on Monday for a waiver.
I can definitely do that, and actually, I would prefer to do that as well, so I can free that space up for other exams.
Right, that's why I wanted to reach out to the court to, so I can email the lawyers and let them know to be here on Monday.
Yeah, what's the defendant's names again?
My client's name is Valerie Hamilton. Give me 1 second so I can locate Mr. Noakes' client's name.
Okay, or do you have a case number?
Let me get it.
And you'll be here by yourself Monday because we're closed.
Oh, Tuesday. The case number is 230-5531-302.
Okay. So we'll be ready for you Tuesday.
Okay. Did you need the case number for the co-defendant as well? I think I can track it down if you need me to.
That's probably 230-553-1301.
Correct. Right. Okay.
All right.
All right. We'll see y'all Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Enjoy your weekend and long holiday.
You too.
Long weekend, right?
His client in the hallway.
So we do need to get up, but okay. We see you get your reset. Stuck on the call, he said he's had it here. Okay. 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 Okay, so you want to put it in the system, okay? Yes, sir.
This.
Right on the turn, sir.
They call, you call.
Don't have
She said they don't. I just want to make sure. Or part of the time. You don't have to sign? No. Oh. So I just send it over to you. I'm working. Make sure. Can I get that other file?
Fine. Calling case 2355332, people of the state of Michigan versus Gregory Edward Petway. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your
And Scott Nadeau, P64316 on behalf of Bishop Petway.
Mr. Petway, tell me your name for the record.
Yes, Your Honor, Gregory Petway II.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Honor, people are not prepared to proceed. A subpoena was sent and delivered to the complaining witness. She was spoken with by an advocate with my office, and she is not appeared here in court today.
Motion to dismiss, please.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
I'm checking that. So she was scheduled, she's the final witness, and this case got dismissed. But on here, it says she was scheduled for, or the case was scheduled for examination on 2/17, right? And then on here, it says scheduled for a hearing on 2/16. So, and she said the paper she got from the prosecutor's office told her that she needs to be here on 2/17. Okay, Ms. Brown. So you need to contact the prosecutor's office. I understand what you're saying. It should, is not a new thing. Oh, that number. No. Well, you that's what I'm trying to take.
So
But they say the 1700, but then I see this.
these goodies you brought in, that was very sweet of you.
I had the cheese steak. And a bread. Oh, I had the 20.
So, no, y'all don't think I'm gonna do all this, right?
What is that?
It's for everybody. Yes.
You want some cake? You want some
Ice lemon loaf. Red velvet loaf.
Ooh, I want the red velvet.
Loaf.
Red velvet.
I'll take Blade. Blade.
You like the ice lemon piece of cake?
Oh, yeah, I would love one.
Thank you very much. Very thoughtful of you.
Trying to put it down first.
Hey there, young man.
Like no matter what courtroom they got you in, the officer always running me down. Officer Williams.
I got you though.
How you doing, sir?
This one here?
I think it's
No.
the his family, not mine.
No,
Salmon not here today, is
it don't matter, but see here, right here, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Judge King.
Yes, sir.
I was talking 15 years ago, when all these was traffic courtrooms on too. We had prisoners from right down the hall. We would do we had about 25 to 30 just on traffic.
Wow.
And then, what 134 is, back then that was 167, that was misdemeanor. And where 166 is, 133, that was 166, that was traffic also. 234, 233, and 166. And the judge would rotate out a couple of weeks on felony exams, and misdemeanor, and traffic.
Do they still rotate you out?
Well, not like they did then.
No.
But I'm just saying, so it's not one door up there. I ain't been through a couple thousand times, so I had the same key ever since.
How old is this building?
It's been over 100 years. I remember it used to be Hudson's old warehouse way back in the early, in 1903 and 04. So it's been around a while. And you know what amazes us? Think about this. You take a warehouse. Its primary purpose is to design house furniture and everything else. Probably upgraded those big hurricane fans you see. And then you convert them to a courthouse where you want it to be spacious and this and that, so on and so forth. When you imagine what the operating budget back in 1904 and 05 compared to the 80s when they built this place, what it is now, we never got no money.
Yeah.
2 years ago, we sell for the same 2 you come up there.
I didn't know the building was that old. I didn't know this building was
Take a
over.
couple, man, I can pick it up. If you got that on my ticket.
Sam probably couldn't get the door back there last week.
All right, young lady.
Oh, wow.
But he said you just have to let the door slam because it's so old. Got a lovely on. Look at they all gone.
They all gone.
They all gone.
Yeah.
Y'all didn't let me get one.
It's like.
You ain't no good. You know, little Bree got to eat now. What that?
Oh, no, they are all gone. I was just playing, but they were.
Y'all so proud. It's your fault.
It's Shelly Drain. Drain. Yes, ma'am. Hold on one second. Thank you.
Oh, I got 56,129. Yes, thank you so much. No. Hold on, one second, sorry. Three one three. 224-5777. What? Yes. Okay. You're welcome. Okay. Here. You're welcome. Yeah, have it. Right, I'm trying to get, you know what, I can. Actually, being nice, offer it to you. Cause I did have to. I'm still sleeping. You see me? I'm sleeping. Don't say that out loud. That don't be me. I'm good. Right? Now you can smile. You got a problem. That's what you lady. No. Oh, that's amazing. My mama said that. Okay.
No, just all right.
I'm good. How about yourself?
Good.
Thank you. They just threw me out to the woods. And they threw me to the best wood. I think so. Yeah. You're. So. I said, go to the best one. You're gonna learn the best, the most. Who's underrated the job? They really, really good on me. Oh, I see stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Good. I want my stuff back. No, I don't need these. About to change. I wanna go through them. No. I'm actually. Yesterday was just Thursday. By yourself. Like, sure. Not you. I best at it. I mean, really. I'm just started this on third day one. So now I'm stuck with all the I didn't know it until I'm just. No wonder why all the.
We'll have to have a discussion, huh?
Right. Leave a little note for. You wanna go where? Let's leave it the following week. All right. Vacation? Where you going?
Staycation.
Nowhere.
That's what the time is the best. Just not doing anything. Are you not gonna like answer the phones? Are you not gonna not answer the phone like when they come to work stuff?
Become.
What about when you're out of town? Yes, that's why you're so successful. That's why you're so successful. It's already deep.
Hey, don't talk about the heads, okay?
That's my dog.
Cause I got a big head too.
You my girl too. And I got a feeling.
Look, okay. It's full of knowledge. I got finish writing this book. Wait, that's for school.
Okay.
The way Judge Keenan, I might just pass it to him.
Did he type over there like you?
Okay. Seeing you.
No.
Business. No. No.
No.
I could, but no. That's what I'm working. I like kids, especially when I get back.
I might say you back.
That's what I was thinking too.
All right, calling case 2161366, people said Michigan versus Marvin Lewis Simpson. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with dangerous weapons, count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has an official open report defense list.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ray Bailey on behalf of P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. Court staff, Jonathan Roberts, P86428, on behalf of Mr. Simpson, who is present for today. Mr. Simpson, could you please state your name for the court?
Marvin Lewis Simpson. Mr. Simpson, I have little sunglasses, sir. Your prescription. I want to honor your dark prescription. All right. There's a time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
People are ready.
How many witnesses?
One, Your Honor.
Your Honor, before we begin, I would like to address the discovery motion that was filed last week. Specifically, there was a motion to dismiss or compel discovery. We were not sent any digital discovery in this case. According to the police report, which we received this Tuesday, there is body-worn camera footage in addition to interview footage of the complaining witness. Neither of those things were sent to us. We have only received paper discovery in this case. We requested discovery from the prosecutor's office on January 18th, 2023. So we're past that 21-day mark where initial discovery is supposed to have been sent. We have had probable cause conferences so that we could address this, hope to address it offline. But since we have not received digital discovery, we would be moving to dismiss this case based off of the motion that we filed.
Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, I apologize. I haven't seen this motion. However, I do see here notes from APA Drain, who indicated that she repeatedly requested the discovery, and she received a response on the 13th of this month, Your Honor, indicating that there was no body-worn camera. And
Okay,
why, I don't know.
So they can't produce that which does not exist.
I would just note for the record, Your Honor, that the investigator's report does state clearly that body-worn camera footage is available. In addition
Perhaps
to.
it's wrong. They say it doesn't exist. What can I do about that? So if it comes down the line, let's say this matter does in fact get found over, they can't come up with some body-worn footage, camera footage at that point. I don't know why it doesn't exist. I don't know if it wasn't working or operable at the time, but I can't make them produce something that does not exist.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, ready?
And Your Honor, I don't know if you're on what Your Honor's preference is, but I will be needing to make a bond motion. So either before the preliminary examination or after, whatever Your Honor's preference is.
After, because it may not be necessary. You have an extra burden.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, people call Namia Simpson this name.
Now, please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please step forward, have a seat in the witness box that's right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud so we can hear you through the mask and speak into that microphone that's going to be to your left. Okay? Maybe begin when you're ready.
Ms. Simpson, could you please restate your name for the record?
Nigel Simpson.
And Ms. Simpson, do you know anyone by the name of Marvin Simpson?
Yes,
How do you know him?
it's my husband.
Do you see him in here in the courtroom?
Yes,
Could you please point to him and tell me something that he's wearing?
glasses.
What color are his glasses?
Ms. Silver?
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So no,
Ms. Simpson, do you remember August 16th, 2021?
Yes.
On that date, were you at 4130 East 8 Mile?
Yes.
Is that here in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yes.
What were you doing there?
I was at a local bar,
What's the name of the bar?
quick bar.
And what time of day were you there?
It was nighttime. I'm not exactly sure, but I know it's like after 2 p.m.
2 p.m.?
10 p.m.
Oh, 10 p.m., sorry. And were you there by yourself or with other people?
I was there with a friend.
And what was your friend's name?
At the time, his name was David.
I'm sorry?
David,
David? What's David's last name?
he was just a friend. I mean, he was someone I know for a long time.
Understood. So what time did you leave the bar, if at all?
Want to say, I think it was maybe like 1:30 a.m. I know it's in the a.m. I'm not sure exactly. I don't remember. It was before they closed. They closed at 2.
Okay, so you did leave before 2 a.m., but you believe it was after 1 or 1:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what, if anything, did you see when you exited the bar?
Well, as I opened the door, me and my friend to go out, the door is right here. My car sits right at the door, right there at the left, so as you come out the door.
So your car was parked to the left or the right of the door?
To the left.
And would that be your driver's side or your passenger side that is closest to the door?
The passenger side is closer to the door.
Thank you. And what, if anything, happened next?
As I walked out, and I'm walking on the passenger side of my car, he comes flying up in his truck, head on, Marvin, in his truck, head on towards my car, and blocked my car in.
Now, when you say that your car was blocked in by Marvin's truck,
Because I'm backed up to the building.
okay, so the rear of your vehicle is closest to the building. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And then what part of Marvin's truck was closest to your car?
The front end. We were nose to nose.
Thank you. What happened next?
He proceeded to jump out his vehicle. Marvin jumped out his vehicle. I'm still walking. I'm walking around the front of my car to get into the driver's side as my friend is departing, going to the right to get in his vehicle.
So were you going in between your vehicle and Marvin's vehicle?
When I went in front of the hood way, yes.
Okay, thank you. So what happened after you attempted to go to your driver's
Well,
side?
as I opened the door and I'm just about in there with my right foot, and I go ahead and sit down, he comes up on the driver's side and takes the door. Well, he says a few choice words and takes the door and he's
So
like,
let's back up. What does Marvin say to you, if you remember?
I don't remember. He was yelling a bunch of things. You know, I really don't honestly remember word for word what he said.
Now, was your entire body inside the vehicle at this point, or was any part of your body still outside of the vehicle?
My left leg was still hanging outside.
Okay, what happens next?
Then he takes the door, then he says what he says, he takes the door and proceeds to, he takes it, slams it several times on my left foot. And I have a
So, what part of your door does he grab?
He's outside the car, so he grabs the top of the door. And he's slamming it like this on my foot, and he's fully aware that I have a plate and screws in his left foot.
How many times did he slam the door underneath?
Like 3 times.
What, if anything, happened next?
After he did that, he proceeded to like turn around and walk towards his vehicle and he said, huge choice words to my friend. I don't know what he said something like that's my wife. Then he got his vehicle and I got it. I closed my door. My friend decided he went to his vehicle because he didn't know what was going on, you know. So,
Okay, so everyone's in their vehicles. What happens next?
as I pull out the parking lot of the quickie, he proceeds to follow me. So he sort of basically chases me around about a block or 2 radius.
Okay, so you leave the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And what direction are you heading? North, south?
I'm heading east on 8 Mile and I make a right up the long way to try to, get away from him on Dean Street.
And does he follow you onto, I'm sorry, did you say Dean?
Dean, yes.
Okay. Does he follow you onto Dean?
Yes.
What happens next?
Then I turn The side street, I forget which street, if it's Remington, I'm not sure which.
Robinson, or that be a left or a right?
That would be a right. And then I get to, right, and I make a left. I believe I made a left or right.
And
And
is,
at that point, I think he drives off into another direction.
and was that the left, the end of your interaction with him on that day?
Yes.
Did you seek any medical attention?
I did follow up, with my foot doctor about a couple days later. He did an X-ray. I wasn't able to get that information from my doctor, but he did do an X-ray. I don't know if he found anything necessarily wrong. I think he said one of the screws, or both screws.
And did you have to do anything to fix the potential looseness of the screws?
He said that was.
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Repeat the question.
I said if she had to do anything in relation to the screws being loose.
And
How is
specifically,
that hearsay?
the answer was about what the doctor told her.
You're talking about what her response was, but not the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's for medical purposes, right?
Yes, Your Honor. So what, if any, procedures did you have to have, if any, to fix the looseness of the screws?
He didn't say anything at that time. He said that, you know, I change to have any future pain or anything to return. But as of now, it's, you know, it's still at the same state it was. I have a little pain here and there.
Were you and Mr. Simpson living together at the time?
No,
Had you lived together in the past?
yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Simpson. I will be asking you a few questions. If you ever need to pause or take a break, just let me know, okay? So you made a case report for this incident, correct?
Yes.
You went down to the 11th precinct, correct?
Yeah, they were able to.
And you didn't go right after this incident, did you?
No, I went the next morning, I believe.
Would you agree it was around noon?
I was,
So that's around, you said you got there, you left a little before 2 a.m. And if you got there at around noon, that's about 10 hours in between the incident and when you went to the precinct?
yeah, I went home because after the incident, I was, you know, distraught. I went home and I went to the precinct the next day to make the report.
And when you spoke with the officer there, did you request any medical assistance?
When I was at the precinct?
Yes.
No.
Did the officer offer any medical assistance to you?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Did he ask you to note any injuries during that report?
Yeah.
And what specifically did you tell the officer that day about your injuries?
I told him that I had a door slammed on my foot like 3 to 4 times. Slammed, you know, pretty hard, you know, with a lot of force. And that I was, and that it was who it was done by. I told him the whole story when I came out the car. And you know, I know down to him and told him exactly what happened.
And I want to talk more about the injury. So you said that the car door was slammed on your foot, correct?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Simpson did so by holding his hands on the top of the door and closing the door?
Yeah, he had his hands, you know, spaced apart a little bit. And, you know, he's not that tall, so he was like the same height as the door. And he was all his might, you know, slamming it.
All his might?
I mean, pretty much. I mean, it wasn't all his might, but he was using enough force. It hurt to the point it hurt me I have, sent the officer, I'm doing the pictures, at night, my foot was swollen, I had to take the pictures and everything.
And you sent those to the officer?
Yeah,
So to be clear, if Mr. Simpson's hands are on the top of the door and he's slamming the door in, wouldn't he also pin his fingers?
no, my foot, my leg was in the door. He wouldn't fit his fingers, because my leg was in the door, and my leg and foot is still hanging out the door, still hanging out the car.
And you said it was 3 times, correct?
3 to 4, I don't think it was more. I know it was more than 2.
And you had visible swelling in this place? And did the officers who you spoke to at the precinct receive those photos?
The officer I spoke to, I don't remember which officer it was, or either it was, Officer Jenkins that I had been talking to. I went and talked to her and, wrote out my statement and everything, and I, email or either text my pictures over to her.
And she provided an email or a phone number for you to send those pictures to?
Yes,
And how many pictures did you send?
I don't remember.
Was it more than one?
Yeah,
And you had mentioned that Mr. Simpson had blocked your car into the parking lot at Quickies, is that right?
yes.
But you also mentioned that you left in your car from Quickies.
Yeah, once he did what he did, he got in his car, and he backed up as if he was leaving, and he just sat there, so I pulled on out. And that's when he came on the car. But there's a gas station, there's the bar right here, and there's a big gas station. Oh, shit. There's water. There's a gas station that sits right there, and like they share the same parking lot, the gas station's right there, walking distance.
And you said that there was a friend with you.
Yeah.
His name was David.
Yes.
Do you have David, I'm not asking you to give the number right now, but you have David's contact information?
I haven't spoken to him since that yesterday. Okay. So I don't even know where actually.
And when you spoke with, I think you mentioned Corporal Jenkins, did you provide David's information to Corporal Jenkins?
I didn't have any information besides that.
And his phone number, correct?
I don't think I gave it.
And when you were at the precinct, did you provide his name or phone number then?
I think I just gave him the name, not the phone.
And based on your perspective, would David have been able to see what was happening?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'd like your answer straight.
So,
Thank you.
Was David in the proximity of the incident when it happened?
He came out the door with me, yes.
And was he nearby you when there was an interaction between you and Mr. Simpson?
When I was in my car, he was still standing right when we came out, right there in front of the door.
And you mentioned that the door to Quickies was to the right of your car.
Right, my car was here to the left, Quickie door sits here, and another car was parked.
And you were at Quickies from 10 p.m. to, you said around 1:30 a.m.?
Yeah.
Quickies is a bar, correct?
Yes.
Were you drinking that night?
Yes.
Do you know how many drinks you had?
Two.
And you drove yourself home afterwards, correct?
Yes.
Did you send any of the medical paperwork to Corporal Jenkins?
What medical paperwork?
Seems like there was an X-ray done. I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, I stated earlier, I didn't get a chance to get that information from my doctor.
When did that X-ray happen? Do you remember the date?
It'll be when I get the information out. I don't know.
Do you know if it was around a couple of days after, a week after?
I think it was, I want to say maybe that week.
That same week, okay. And As of right now, there hasn't been any treatment for the injury. Is that right?
No,
And you currently are not living together?
no.
When was the last time you did live together?
June 2020.
When you walked into the precinct, did you need any assistance with walking, let's say like a walker, a wheelchair, anything like that?
No.
So you were able to walk normally after?
My foot was swollen, I have a little limp, but I can still get around.
Would you say the limp was noticeable, not noticeable?
Yeah, it's noticeable, and the swollen ones too.
Was it noticeable when you spoke with Corporal Jenkins?
Cause I forget when I went down there. I honestly don't remember.
Okay. No further questions, John. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No redirect.
Thank you, ma'am. We may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor, no witnesses would be, those are the witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Yes, we would be calling Officer Smith.
Where's Officer Smith?
I believe he is present today.
Okay.
Is there Officer Smith? Officer Smith? I will be there, sir.
There's no Officer Smith out there.
Your Honor, I would request then that this examination be held in part at a later date. Officer Smith is the reporting officer at the precinct. And specifically, Officer Smith's testimony goes to teaching several details that Ms. Simpson testified to today. Mr. Smith, or Officer Smith, was, I believe, should have been subpoenaed as he was on the
Sounds like it's tether. Are you on the tether, sir? Yes. Is that the tether going on? Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
I believe Officer Smith was subpoenaed as he was on.
Subpoenaed him? Did you subpoena?
I believe the prosecutor did, since he was on the witness list.
Your Honor, no, he was not subpoenaed. That is an overall witness list. We don't always subpoena everybody for the preliminary examination. The only person subpoenaed was the complaining witness.
Give me an offer of proof as to what this witness testifies.
Specifically, Your Honor, Officer Smith will testify to the fact that he did not observe any injuries on Ms. Simpson, that she was not limping when she walked into the precinct, that she did not offer the name of the witness who was next to her, David, at the time. And specifically.
And you know all this because he detailed that in his report?
In his report, so.
She was not limping and she had no visible signs of injury.
Well, specifically in the report, there is no mention of limping. There's no mention of the name of the witness. So it is an offer insofar as I would also be.
Yeah, let me start over.
Yes.
Maybe you didn't hear me the first time. Is it detailed in the report that she was not limping and she had no visible signs of injury?
No, Your Honor, we are going with the absence of what's in the report, as.
So you don't know that the officer is going to testify to that?
I would expect Officer Smith, as any officer, would testify to the accuracy of his report. Officer Smith, if given the chance to do that questioning will speak to training that he has in filing case reports. He understands that they would be used for a criminal investigation. He understands that it's important to include all relevant information. The absence of information in a report that is taken.
Then your understanding of a preliminary complaint report with PCR, if you will, is a little different than mine. My understanding of the PCR is that those are written by officers to help them refresh their recollection as to events that took place, not to put every detail into a police report.
If I may, Your Honor, also, we would be calling Corporal Jenkins, who did.
Did you subpoena any of these people?
No, Your Honor.
What made you think that they were going to be here?
Well, Corporal Jenkins is the officer in charge in this case. And
officer in charge here?
Yes.
Okay. So you want to call Corporal Jenkins?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Come on, Corporal Jenkins. Please give your name and spelling to the protocol. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat in the spots. May begin when you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Corporal Jenkins. How are you?
Good morning, I'm fine.
Doing well, thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
Chantez, Jenkins.
And are you employed at the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, I am.
What's your position there?
Currently, I'm a corporal
How long have you been working at the Detroit Police Department?
for 23 years.
And how long have you been a corporal in the police department?
For the past 4 years.
And could you list your responsibilities as a corporal?
Currently, I'm working in the capacity as a detective. And, I'm 15.
And does that require you to investigate certain assaulted cases?
It does.
And does that require you to essentially interview witnesses, including complaining witnesses?
Yes.
And have you been trained on how to interview complaining witnesses?
Yes.
And have you been trained on how to write reports that summarize those interviews?
Yes.
And you wrote, did you write an investigator's report in today's case?
Yes, I did.
Around how many investigators' reports would you say you've written in your time at Detroit Police Department?
I'm really not sure, 100 or more.
So would you say that you're used to writing those investigators' reports?
Yes.
And are you aware that those investigators' reports are used in an application for a warrant often?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Are you aware that your investigators' reports are used or attached to applications for a warrant? And are you aware that your investigator's report would be relied on in any criminal case or investigation?
Yes.
So do you make sure to include all relevant information in your investigator's report?
Yes.
And that would include statements, information that is offered by the complaining witness?
Yes.
And you had a chance to review both your investigator's report and the interview of Ms. Simpson before today, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this one. I've been letting it go. But Mr. Roberts is leading the witness.
This
Direct
is your
examination.
witness.
I can rephrase it on.
Okay.
Ms. Simpson, did you have a chance to review the investigator's report before today? Apologies. Corporal Jenkins, did you have a chance to review the investigator's report before today?
I would need it to recall what the information is.
So you did not review it before today?
I'm not sure. I reviewed about it different, so that's why I'm asking. I would need to review my benefits report. They're fresh. Exactly.
Well, so I'm not asking about the content of this. I'm just asking, did you review the report prior to today?
I have.
Okay. And did you review the interview statement that you took of Ms. Simpson prior to today?
At some point, I did.
Okay. Do you remember interviewing Ms. Simpson on August 26, 2021?
I remember interviewing her.
And do you remember receiving information from Ms. Simpson about her injuries?
Yes.
Do you remember receiving photos?
I don't recall.
Would reviewing the interview statement you prepared refresh your recollection?
Perhaps.
Your Honor, permission to approach. And let me know when.
I'm done.
So I'll ask again, Corporal, did you receive any photographs of injuries from the complaining witness?
I reviewed the investigative report. There isn't a question in here in regards to phone, but that doesn't mean that photo was one.
But do you remember whether you did obtain photos?
I'm not
asked
sure.
and answered. She said she doesn't remember. 3 times.
So just to clarify, Corporal, do you remember receiving photos or do you not remember receiving photos?
I don't recall.
Okay. And Corporal, do you remember receiving information about a potential witness that was present during the incident?
I don't recall receiving information about the witness. And there isn't a witness name, anything in here, so I don't know that there was a witness. I don't know that there was a witness, I'm not sure.
And when conducting investigations, do you try to be as thorough as you can?
That's right.
So in cases where there are potential witnesses, would you try to follow up to see if witnesses do exist?
If information is provided.
when you interviewed Ms. Simpson, did you observe any injuries on Ms. Simpson yourself?
I don't recall, but I do remember speaking with her. And I remember her mentioning that her ankle was swollen or sore.
At that point, did you request to observe her ankle or get documentation pictures?
No. As far as I knew, she was gonna be following up with the doctor. She made mention of going to see her physician.
And that would that have been at a later date?
It would have been at a later date.
Would you agree that could it be important to preserve, I guess, observations of injury as soon as possible?
Objection. Also speculation.
Oh,
So, Corporal, would it be important to preserve observations about injuries as soon as possible?
If she had gone to the doctor, that would have been the information that I would have obtained.
Do you typically preserve or document injuries when you do interview witnesses, complaining?
If it's available.
And it has been well over a year since that interview, correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall getting any additional information or documentation from Ms. Simpson?
I don't recall.
Did you at any point go to Cookie's Bar?
I don't have that information before me. So I can't really find the date or anything like that.
So not asking for the date, just do you remember going to Cookie's Bar as a part of this investigation?
I'm not sure.
And as the officer in charge in this case, are you responsible for uploading body-worn camera footage?
Yeah.
And did you upload body-worn camera footage for this case?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. This is going into a discovery fishing expedition and not what the purpose of the preliminary examination is. We can address the discovery at a separate time and date if it's not pertinent.
what's your question?
Asking Corporal, did she upload body-worn camera for today's case? And Your Honor, it is plainly relevant to this case. If we had access to a body-worn camera from Officer Smith, or the lack thereof of that information, that is relevant. It's not a fishing expedition.
Oh, go ahead.
So Corporal, did you upload body-worn camera footage for this case?
If it were available, I would have uploaded it. If it's been from 2021, I can't recall the sequence of events.
And would a copy of your investigator's report refresh your recollection?
Perhaps.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
let me know.
Right.
So after reviewing that investigator's report, was there body worn camera footage available for this case?
It indicates that, but
And when you're saying is that the investigator's report that you wrote?
it is.
And just to clarify, do you or do you not remember uploading it or receiving it?
No, I don't remember uploading it, but the report indicates that it was available.
So does that mean that it does in fact exist?
It means at this particular time, it was available. On 9/9/21, that it was available, the officer's video was available.
So what happened to it between then and now?
Well, I'm not really sure. Sometimes if you be available, we upload it to the evidence library. So I don't know. Once you all view it, what happens to it at that point? We'll upload it on the date when we do the warrant, and because it's available, then I'm not really sure what happens to it, it's in the cloud, or I don't know how long it stays here.
So would the prosecutor need to preserve that so that it doesn't get erased?
Your Honor. One, it's speculation, and now two, we really are going into discovery issues. This has gone far past what the purpose of a preliminary examination is.
I'm fully aware of what a preliminary examination is for, but I think given the circumstances in that counsel started out with a motion to dismiss because of lack of discovery, because he said the digital discovery was not delivered to him. And now we have an officer who says that digital discovery did in fact exist at some point in time.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm aware of that. I don't have this motion. I'm completely in the dark.
You don't have the motion because you're not my regular DB prosecutor. My regular DB prosecutor, Mr. Drain, is fully aware of that. You indicated yourself that she made notes, what her notes indicated about this particular discovery. So I have to impute whatever knowledge that she may have had to you since you're here standing in on her behalf. Your office as a whole, you may not have personal knowledge. This attorney would have no way of knowing that you would be here in lieu of Ms. Drain. In fact, I didn't even know it myself.
Corporal, so you had mentioned that you uploaded to the cloud and you're not aware whether it goes away. Do you know whether or not the prosecutor needs to preserve that video? Do you know whether or not the prosecutor's office has to preserve the video since it's been, well over a year? But the prosecutor's office needs to do something to make sure that it doesn't get lost.
I guess another way of asking is, does this video automatically delete after a certain period of time or anything like that that you're aware of?
Well, it used to be where the video would be available for 90 days.
What would happen after 90 days?
That it would maybe be in the cloud. That it would be in the cloud. I'm not an IT person, so I type the word. If the video is available at the time I type the word, there, I put it on the disk. So in this particular case, the person officers didn't go to the location. The victim went to the police station. So when the victim goes to the station, the person that takes the report, if they report the incident, then it's viewed and it's a copy of it. So.
And I guess what you're asking is, was that done in this particular case? Or do we?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Permission to approach to retrieve documents. And thank you, Corporal. No further questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
It's Detroit policy to make a physical copy of all videos, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did you do that in this case?
On the report is indicated.
No, I don't want the
I can't
report.
recall. I can't recall.
So after today, could you go back, find the jacket and locate the disc if it exists?
Yeah.
If there is no disc with the jacket, does that mean that it is lost and we cannot recover it?
Yeah.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step up. Have any other witnesses, sir?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
The plaintiff still here?
She should be, Your Honor. I asked her to stay so that we might address the bond issue.
Okay. I'm going to step back here for a minute. Ms. Burton, good morning. Or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where's your client?
She should be on Zoom, Judge.
This is her here on the iPhone 13?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. I'm going to change gears just for a moment. Calling case 2260830, what state of Michigan versus Myopia Rain Buckingham. Defendants charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon. Francis, for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We're Daily on behalf of the people, P84009.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court, Delphia Burton, hearing on behalf of and with Ms. Buckingham. Ms. Buckingham is appearing by way of some counsel is in the courtroom. However, I have had an opportunity to confer with her. We met in my office yesterday and on a previous occasion. At this time, Ms. Buckingham, after being advised of her rights, she wishes to waive her preliminary examination, understanding that the prosecutor has the burden of establishing probable cause of crimes committed within the city of Detroit, probable cause that she's the person that committed that offense.
Ms. Buckingham, please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one, and you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in complaint form. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you charged with was committed in the city of Detroit. It's probably because you committed it. You understand that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? It just went in and out.
If you were to have a preliminary examination, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, and that there's probable cause to believe you committed. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
I'm waiving my right voluntarily.
Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily free. Given the court finds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be March 3rd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Will be continued.
Thank you,
Ms.
Your
Burton,
Honor.
can you sign the waiver form for me?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, I'll do that. Thank you. I'll call you, Ms. Buckingham. Thank you, Judge, for letting me do it.
Thank you.
Alexis Reed. Just new here? Yeah. Where's your requirements? No, that's him, okay. Calling case 2259690, people of the state of Michigan versus Alexis Reed. Defendant is charged in count 1 with assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, malicious destruction of personal property, $200 more or less than $1,000. Count 3, domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, E84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Emily Newell on behalf of the Executive Reed, my P number is 85234. Mr. Reed is standing behind me. My God.
Tell me your name, sir.
Xerxes Reed.
Yes, date, time set for exam. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, we are not prepared to proceed. I have inquired with your court staff. Ms. Thomas has not appeared. Subpoenas were sent. Attempts to contact her were made. She has not appeared at the courthouse today.
The defense is moving to dismiss. I believe Your Honor should have the people.
So ordered to court. Dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is the complainant on our other case back? I had a couple of questions for. Yes. Man, let me remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
Yes.
Come on up, I had a couple of questions for you. I forgot to ask you before you left. At the time you said the defendant was slamming your foot in the door, was he saying anything to you?
Yeah, he was saying, just calling me on the name, saying first words.
Did you say anything?
Stop, why you know, what are you doing? I was getting about that right now.
You said, stop, what are you doing?
Yeah, stop, what are you doing? Why are you doing this?
Can you describe your demeanor at the time?
And
As you say, he was slamming your foot in the door.
well, I was first of all shocked. You know, I didn't expect him to do anything like that. And I mean, I was scared. You know, I didn't know if he was about to try to hit me or what. You know.
You were shocked and you were scared.
Yeah.
That's how you would describe your demeanor.
Yeah.
You went to the hospital?
I didn't go to the hospital. I went to follow my foot doctor. Actually, they did my foot surgery, so we could do an X-ray.
What's that doctor name?
Dr. Belkin.
Spell that one.
BELKE. I don't know if this is first. I think it's Thomas Belkin.
You went the next day?
No, I went to that week. I believe it was that week for the following week, so I might not have been able to get the paper. Exactly.
It took you so long to see the help.
To get into the doctor, because I couldn't get in until they gave me an appointment.
You didn't feel it necessary to go to the emergency or urgent care?
No, not emergency.
So you weren't hurt really bad, is that right?
It was slow, it was in pain, but not to where I couldn't walk that long.
Didn't break the skin?
No.
You went to the police, you went to the police the next day?
Yes,
No one took any pictures?
I did.
What you do with the pictures?
I sent it to Officer Baker.
How did you send them?
I believe I texted them to her.
So they're in your phone?
Not this phone. This been like 2 phone sets there.
You don't have those pictures?
No, I don't have them.
You sent them via your cell phone, not via email?
I was not remember if I sent it to her via text or email, but I know I did send it to her.
You sent them through email, you can still have them. You go to your sent items.
Yeah, if I sent the letter, yeah, I don't know her email address, so I don't remember it.
You wouldn't have to. You just went to your sent items.
Oh, okay, yeah, it should be, if I sent an email, yeah, that should be.
Have your phone with you now?
Yes.
Can you access your email? Yes. See if you can do that.
Okay.
Mr. Upshaw.
Yes, sir.
You came a little early. I like that.
Out of respect, Judge.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Is this gonna be a hold?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. You know it's not up to 1:30 though, right?
No, it's at 12:30.
1:30.
So
I'm sorry, 12:30. You're right.
12:30?
12:30.
Because all parties are here.
Okay. It's bad idea to get a forum sitting here. And you have a better phone than me. So at some point in time, you would have to get the officer in charge email address in order to send it to her, right?
I'm pretty sure I would have, I've moved like twice since then, and I have stuff in this place, I can't honestly tell you, I don't really know where I got information at.
How was your ankle now?
It's decent, you know,
You said you still have a limp,
I had a limp after the accident.
but not anymore.
No, not anymore.
Are you able to get to your email?
Yeah, but I don't think I sent them to her through email. At least I don't see it in here.
You have to go to around the date that it happened, right?
Yeah, I'm looking around that date, but I don't see where I sent it to her. I know that was 21, 21, August 21. No, I don't. No, I don't see where I sent it to it.
Okay. Any questions based on my questions?
One question.
Okay.
Ms. Simpson, do you have some pre-existing condition on your foot? You've been mentioning screw, so could you just clarify what that is?
Yes,
Not relevant.
It goes specifically to credibility, Your Honor. If there is a pre-existing condition and we're saying that there's
Let me
swelling.
explain the alleged swelling that she said that she had.
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Ms. Simpson, do you have a pre-existing foot condition?
I had foot surgery in 2018.
And as part of that surgery, what was done to your foot? Something about screws, could you explain that?
Now I am going to object. She said that the surgery was in 2018. It is a full 3 years before the incident, so the surgery does not explain the swelling, which is what Your Honor allowed the questioning for.
Your Honor, I'm not a doctor. The assistant prosecutor is not a doctor. I want to know exactly what the complications of her foot condition is. It could
I don't
be.
think we need to go into all that. I'll sustain the objection.
And nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. I'm sorry, I do have one last question. What kind of vehicle was it again?
My vehicle,
Yes,
2014 Ford Taurus.
a Taurus,
Yes,
four-door?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, people move to bind over as charged. We've heard testimony here today that the defendant did go to the location of Quickies Bar, which is on East 8 Mile here in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne, on August 16, 2021. And whilst there, he did take a car door and slammed it 3 to 4 times against Ms. Simpson's ankle. He used the car as a dangerous weapon to injure or attempt to injure or batter Ms. Simpson. People have met the burden by probable cause standard, and I would ask that Your Honor bind over on all counts as charged. I'll reserve any further reasons to follow.
Your Honor, we are moving to dismiss today. I want to start with trying to understand the scene, because Ms. Simpson got up here and, we both asked questions. I don't want to take away from why Ms. Simpson is here, but we heard that Ms. Simpson's left ankle was kind of in between outside and inside of the door, and that Mr. Simpson slammed with all or most of his might, not once, not twice, could be 3 or 4 times, into an ankle that seems to have a pre-existing condition. Your Honor, even getting slammed, I just wanted some common sense. Just being slammed once with a car door would lead to some significant swelling. I don't know that anyone could walk after that. I certainly would seek medical attention after that. What we hear instead is, after being slammed not once, not twice, 3 or 4 times, drives home, seems to drive home just fine after having some drinks, waits about 10 hours, and then walks into the precinct without any assistance, makes a report. There's a back and forth about, were there pictures sent? Yes, no, maybe. I texted them, I emailed them, but there's no proof of either. In terms of the visit with the foot doctor, Your Honor, it seems like she has a foot doctor for her condition. It's not a foot doctor because of this incident. So she's scheduling an appointment within a week or so after what happened. There's an x-ray, but we don't really get any results from that. No results are sent to the officer in charge. What we have to weigh here, in addition to the testimony, is the credibility for a probable cause determination. It does strain reason, Your Honor, to think that if a grown man intends to slam a door into someone's foot that has already a condition on it, that swelling would be severe. So there would have been documentation of it, Your Honor. We don't have that documentation. Officer in charge testified today that she hasn't received that documentation. She remembers being told that there was swelling, that her foot, that Ms. Simpson's foot was slammed into, but we don't have any proof of that. And at the very least, a doctor's note, emergency records, nothing. I also want to speak specifically to where Ms. Simpson is saying that there is a witness there who can vouch for what happened. Someone named David, who she said she used to have the phone number for. It's odd to me that if there's a witness who can verify what happened, that information was not given to the officer in charge. That seems a bit strange to me, and I think it goes to credibility. We have the name, we might not have the last name, but if we have contact information, if you knew this person well enough to go to a bar together, and that person was there, and that person might have witnessed what happened. Not having that information is odd. And
Come on, wrap it up, please.
yes, Your Honor. Lastly, I just want to mention with respect to the body worn camera, specifically, I raised the discovery motion at the beginning. There
I've
is.
already ruled on that, no need to address it.
I just wanted to note in terms of evidence that could have existed, that no longer exists. We could have had access to exactly what Officer Smith saw that day for either negligence or lack of maintenance. That was not provided to us. And I would just ask Your Honor to give that the inference that I think it deserves, which is why is it that the prosecutor's office is not preserving information in such a way to allow us to see the case. I understand that the case is over a year long or over a year old, but if things are being preserved, it's hard to bring a case. It's hard to prove things that have happened. For those reasons, Your Honor, we're moving to dismiss. Thank you.
Yes,
Your Honor, the jury instructions themselves say that the only thing that I or that anyone needs to prove is a witness's testimony. She was very clear, very succinct, and told the same story to the officers 2 years ago. You're on the stand to me, to brother counsel, to yourself, her story stays the same. She's credible. Just because we don't have photos, there's not always photos of things. Injury is not a required element. It's not a required element of this charge. What is that this man went to that location in Wayne County and assaulted and battered Miss Simpson using a car door. That hasn't been disputed at all. People have met the burden. I would ask Mr. Honor to find over.
Okay, so one of the main charges that I have as a judge sitting here is to weigh the credibility of witnesses to come forth and testify. And although I've never had my leg slammed in the door 3 to 4 times, I have had my finger slammed in a screen door one time, and it hurt like hell. It turned black and it turned blue. And I can't imagine if I already have a pre-existing injury to my leg and someone with all their might is angry at me slamming my leg or slamming a door onto my leg, that's going to cause some significant damage that I'm not going to wait till I get an appointment to see my leg doctor. I'm going to go to emergency. I'm going to go to the police right away. I'm going to seek medical attention right away because medical attention is going to be needed. If what she says is true, her leg was slammed in a car door of a Taurus. I used to own a Taurus. Those aren't little cars. They have big, heavy doors. A grown man slamming a door onto a leg 3 to 4 times is going to have some significant damage. I asked her what was her demeanor. She didn't mention anything about screaming. She didn't mention anything about crying. She said that she was scared that he might hit her. But doggone it, he's already hitting you with the door. I just don't find that this witness's testimony is credible. It may be exaggerated, but if I can't believe some of what she says, I can't believe anything of what she says as it relates to these allegations against this defendant. As such, the court finds insufficient evidence to find this matter over. The court will dismiss the court. I need to dismiss the order, sir.
Yes, I was told to complete it in the hallway, so. Okay.
Mr. Upshaw.
Person with case.
Yep, okay, I are.
Thank you.
Calling case 2355338, people of the state of Michigan versus Mark Albert Johnson Taylor. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd-degree force or coercion. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd-degree force or coercion. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd-degree force or coercion. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Judge Thursday, County of the people, P83952.
The random vote shall be number 43574. Station eight correct.
Mark Johnson Taylor. Designated time set for the examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. How many witnesses for the?
1 year. And people call me judgment.
Did you say Jasmine Evans?
Yes, Jared.
Thank you. Ma'am, please step forward. Tell me your name and spell it for me.
Jasmine Evans, JASMINE.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Come all the way up. Speaking to that microphone, it's going to be to your left. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Jasmine. Was there a date that took you to the hospital and eventually speak with law enforcement?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
No.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
About September the 26th. I believe a little off.
All right, and do you remember what year that was?
2022.
Okay, thank you. And why did you go to the hospital?
I went to the hospital because I was bleeding from my,
As you was what? Speaking to the microphone.
bleeding from my anal area.
And when you were at the hospital, what happened?
When I went to the hospital, it was informed, so they sent me to a different hospital to get a rape done. But they examined me. I spoke with officers, security, people came in and out the line. I was a little bit traumatized, so I don't remember how many people that I spoke with. But I know I spoke with a couple people on and off before they sent me to the different hospital to get the actual rape kit done.
Thank you. And I guess leading up to that, did you go to the hospital the same day that something happened to you or something different?
Yes, I went to the hospital today.
Okay, so let's start with the morning of that day, September, you say maybe the 26th of 2022. What were you doing that day?
I was door dashing.
And is that a job that you normally do?
Yes.
And were you doing that all day or something different?
I was doing it all day, on and off all day.
Okay. And then did something happen where you stopped door dashing?
Yes.
What was that?
I was told to stop door dashing to go hang out, and that I would get gas instead of me having to door dash. I would get the gas to come over there and pick up.
Okay, and who asked you to come hang out?
Mark.
And how did you know where to go?
My cousin,
Okay, and who is your cousin?
Talithia Butler,
And did she call you that day?
I was with her.
You were with her. So was she door dashing with you?
She was door dashing.
Okay. And did this person that you said Mark, did they call you or your cousin?
That he called my cousin's phone. I spoke with him off of her telephone, and then we exchanged phone numbers.
Had you ever met this Mark person before?
No,
Did you know anything about this Mark person?
no.
So what happened after you got off the phone with Mark?
I took Talithia home. I went home, got myself dressed, and I picked up Talithia, and we went to Mark's house.
And what was your plan for that night?
My plan was to hang out, drink, get to know Mark. Yes, it was to have sex as well.
Okay. Is that something that you talked about with him before going over there?
Yeah.
Okay. And by your thought of sex, what do you, or what did that mean to you?
Just oral sex for the most part, and penetration, vaginal wise, but that was really it.
Okay. And so did you end up going over to Mark's house?
Yes.
And do you remember where that house was?
I remember the areas, which was like 7 Mile and I want to say last year.
Okay. Was that in Detroit?
Yes.
And when you got there, what did you do when you first got there?
When we first got there, I sat in the living room. We all had poured us some drinks. We were talking, smoking cigarettes, just having like a normal conversation. And after that, me and Mark went to the back.
Do you remember what you were drinking that night?
Yes.
What were
Remy, VSOP.
What type of alcohol is that?
I believe cognac.
Okay. And do you remember roughly how much cognac you had to drink?
I barely wasn't drinking. I poured a cup, took like 2 sips out of the cup and set the cup down on the table.
And you said smoking and then cigarettes. Is that all that you were smoked that night?
Yeah, we didn't have no weed.
Okay. So where did that take place? Where were you drinking and talking?
Oh, we were drinking in the living room.
And then you said you went back to a bedroom. Can
Yes.
you explain how you got from the living room to the bedroom?
So he asked me to just come up, go to the back, and because I already knew, what was gonna happen when I walked to the back, I got up and I went to the back, and
Okay. And what did that room look
it was just a room with the bed. I don't remember if it was a TV in there or not. I didn't really pay too much attention to all of the surroundings in the room, but I know for sure it was a bed in there.
Okay. And what happened when you got into that room?
When we got in there, I kind of just jumped straight to it with the sexual intercourse part. During the part of the sexual intercourse, someone had knocked on the door. Talithia had knocked on the door. So we kind of stopped for a second.
Okay. And during that time, had you consented to having sex with Mark?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened after that knock on the door?
After the knock on the door, I passed Talithia the liquor bottle that was inside the room. No, I apologize. I passed Talithia the remote that was in the room. She passed us the liquor bottle. And after the door closed and Talithia went back into the living room, Mark hit the cocaine and we tried to proceed to go back to what we were originally doing, but he got aggressive.
Okay. And how do you know that he had cocaine?
I see him.
Okay. And by it turned aggressive, what do you mean?
When I got back onto the bed to, assume the position, his hands, like, he was rough, like pushing me down.
And is that something that you were okay with at that point?
No.
What happened after you were pushed down?
I just let him finish, just lay there, let him try to finish. He asked me about anal. I told him I was interested in that. I mean, that kind of was the end of the conversation. But, like I said, I let him finish, and
By let him finish, can you explain?
let him finish by, continuing the vaginal part. It wasn't the anal part yet.
Okay. And then while you were in the bedroom, did it change from vaginal to anal at any point?
Yeah.
And what happened when that happened?
It was like, I'm so sorry, it's kind of weird to explain, but, I got poked, and anally, and I kind of jumped a little bit, but, he went back towards the vaginal area and he finished. So once I realized that he was getting a little aggressive, because when he did the first poke to the anal area, I jumped a little bit. So him being aggressive and being stronger than me, he was able to kind of like push me down a little bit. So I just laid there and let him finish. At that point, you're stronger than me. It's like I kind of froze.
When that poke occurred, what did he use of his body to poke you in your part, in what part of your body?
He used his penis to poke me and in my head.
And is that after you told him that that's something that you weren't interested in?
Yes.
So after that occurred, what happened?
After we finished in the bedroom, he went into the living room. I went into the restroom to clean myself up. After I cleaned myself up, I went into the living room with everyone else and sat down. And as soon as I sat down, I instantly sent out a text message to get somebody, to just get somebody's attention. So it didn't work that way.
Okay, and who did you send that text message to?
Yeah.
Okay. And when that didn't work, what happened?
We were still just sitting there, basically playing the wait. I was basically playing the waiting game, waiting on Talithia, because at that point I was already ready to go.
Was there anyone else at the house besides you, Talithia, and Mark?
Yes.
Who else was at the house?
Mark's cousin.
And so after you waited a while, what happened?
So after we were about to leave, we were about to leave the house. She walked outside first. No, I apologize. Her cousin, Mark's cousin, and Talithia walked outside together at the same time. I thought Talithia had my keys, she did not, so I walked back to the house. Well, I never was really all the way outside, but I was at the door. So I asked her if she had my keys, she did not. So I walked to get my keys off the table in the living room where we all were sitting at. I grabbed my keys, Mark walks in. And when he walks in behind me, when I'm walking back towards the door, I close the door. He asked for some more. So I have to go pick my brother up from work. And he slammed, I'm trying to open the door, he closes the door shut. So he slams the door shut and he starts kissing on my neck and he starts pulling up my black skirt. And he told me he wanted some more. He told me that he knew what I like and all this. And then he proceeds to tell me that he knows what I like. So he's gonna take it. And that he knows what I like and he's going to take it. And then he proceeds to say, well, I guess I'm raping now.
And after he said that to you, what happened?
He said that to me, he proceeds to pull up my skirt.
And he poked me in my anal, period.
And what did he use to poke you in your anal?
His penis.
And what was your body like at that time?
Like,
Yeah, I guess what was your position? Were you standing, sitting, laying?
At the door, we were standing up at the door, but my head, he was aggressive. And my head was turned like to the side, like he was pushing my head down against the door as he still tried to poke me. Analyze.
Did you feel like you could get away or move at that point?
No, I probably.
Do you feel like you were?
Can you ask her? Not leave. Don't leave.
And then, how did that end?
Well, what do you mean, like, when it happened?
Yep.
How did it stop?
Yes.
It stopped because, I don't even know how it stopped. He had enough sense to stop. But, the door got open, the front door was able to open up and we walked outside.
And I guess you said that you were wearing a black skirt and that was pushed up. Were you wearing anything else at that time?
I did not have on no underwear. I had on a orange little tank top shirt, and that was really it.
And when you walked out the door, what happened next?
When I walked out the door to get into the truck, when I turned the truck on, my tank said 5 miles to me. And Talia asked me, did he send me my gas money? I told her yes. She asked to see how much he sent. I showed her. She got mad and went in the house. She's like, oh, no, you know, whatever. So she left, she went in the house. She was in the house for a while. Mark calls my phone and was like, are you upset about how much I gave you? I told him, no, I just gotta go. I gotta get my brother to work. So can you tell, Nikki, well, Talita, come on. So, me and Mark ended up going to the gas station. So that's how we ended up leaving the house, because we went to the gas station.
And what was your understanding of the agreement to get gas or gas money?
It was just to get a couple of dollars in gas to come hang out and to get the number.
And why were you going to get that gas money?
I'm sorry?
What was your understanding as to why you were gonna get that gas money?
I was getting gas money because I stopped DoorDashing to come hang out and come meet you and kind of to see what you were, to observe you type stuff like that. I would just go hang out.
And then after you got the gas, what happened?
After I got the gas, we came back to the house. Talita was not answering her phone, so we went in the house. If she's intoxicated, I'm not. I'm obviously your driver, so I have to make sure that you're safe and whatever the case may be at all times. So I go in the house and Talita's in the back room with Martha. So when she noticed that we were in the house, we ended up coming out the room. So by this time, I'm not sitting down, I'm not comfortable enough to sit anywhere, so I'm standing up. And as Mark is still standing up and still trying to approach me to get more set, I'm walking towards the kitchen area. And as I'm walking towards the kitchen area, I see Talita and Mark's cousin come out the bedroom. So as they're coming out the bedroom, I know the cousin went into the restroom first, and then Talita she came into the living room. And how the kitchen was set up is like, if you're standing, like if you're walking past, or if you're coming from the bedroom, you're going to see the kitchen area. I don't know how to explain, you would just have to see it yourself to know what I'm saying. But yeah, so Talita, she walks out, comes towards the living room, I'm walking towards the kitchen. So as I'm walking towards the kitchen, Mark is walking behind me and asking me, like, okay, can I have some more? I just need some more, like, can I get some more? My answer is still no, I have to get my brother from work. Once again, he pushes me, like he's forcing me at this point, he's forcing me down and enters me again, anally, his penis in my ankle.
I'm sorry, this is another incident?
Yes.
And how long do you think that incident was for?
I'm sorry.
How long do you think that incident of him pushing you and holding you and poking you again? How
The
long?
kitchen, probably about, I would say, a good 2 minutes. But I felt like Mark had stopped because Celia was right there.
Objection to speculation. Sustain.
And once that stopped, what happened?
We left. I left.
And since that day, have you gone back to that house or talked to that person Mark? And the person that you know as Mark, do you see him in the courtroom today?
No.
You can stand up.
Yes.
And what color clothing is that person that you know as Mark?
Green.
May the record reflect this witness's identification of the defendant.
So no.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examine.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Okay.
Yes, I have one more question for you.
Okay.
When you stated that Mark's penis poked you anally, what did you feel during like where on your body was the poking on the outside of the
Judge, no, she can ask, the witness would know, describe what happened.
what were you able to feel during that poking?
It hurt.
And at any point,
What part of his body touched you? What part of your body?
The penis touched my Mark.
Can you describe what part of that anus it touched?
The butt.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
How many times did you exit the home, Mark's home, and re-enter the home on that beat?
2 times.
And how much money did you receive from Mark?
I don't.
Don't know. How did you receive the money?
Cash out.
On how many different occasions?
1, no, 2.
Where were you when he cashed out you the first denomination of money from cash out?
At his house?
Inside of his home?
Yes.
And where were you when he cashed out you the second denomination of money?
Outside of his house.
And how much time was between the time that you received first payment and time you received the second payment?
I don't know.
More than 10, 15 minutes?
I don't know.
You still don't recall how much the denominations were?
I don't remember. I would have to look it up.
Now, when you went, first time when you went into the house and Mark asked you to, you guys had consensual sex, correct?
Yes,
During that time you had consensual sex, was it all consensual before you left the bedroom the first time?
no,
Okay. And are you saying that during the first time that you were in the bedroom, you had non-consensual sex?
yes,
Did you, and now, this is a relatively small house, correct?
yes,
You came there with your cousin, correct? Talithia. During the time that you was in the bedroom, Talithia was right outside in the living room within 20 feet from the bedroom, is that correct?
correct,
You never yelled out to Talithia.
no,
You never screamed during this time.
no,
You did not try to fight.
no,
Now, after you said you let him finish having sex with you, what, did you, at that point, leave the bedroom?
yes,
When you left the bedroom, where did you go?
to the bathroom,
Okay, so you went to the bathroom, that's where you cleaned yourself up at the bathroom, correct?
yes,
And where was your cousin?
in the living room,
And she was with Mark's cousin?
yes, they were still in the living room,
Okay, so you exited the bathroom, and you went to the living room with your cousin?
yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I sat in a chair by the chair closest to the door and I sent her a text message.
Okay. Now, you didn't tell her, come on, girl, let's go, anything of that nature, right?
No,
You didn't yell out that someone had raped you.
no,
So you sit there, just sit there comfortably until what happened?
I sat there until, really Talithia was ready to go.
Okay. When Talithia was ready to go, did you and Talithia leave?
Yes,
Y'all walked outside of the house?
yes.
Where did you and Talithia go to when you walked outside of the door?
I took Talithia home.
You took Talithia home. Now, during the time that you drove Talithia home, you never told Talithia that Mark raped you, is that correct?
No.
You wouldn't say no, I am correct, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, you're correct.
Now, before you took Talithia home, you were in the car by yourself and Talithia came to talk to you, correct? At one point in time, you and Talithia talked about how much money Mark gave you, correct?
Yes,
Where were you guys at?
we were in the car at Mark's home.
Okay, just you and she?
Yes,
Okay, and you told her or showed her how much money Mark gave you, correct?
yes,
And she complained that that wasn't enough, is that correct?
yes,
And that's when you told her the dick was trash, is that correct?
no.
You never told her the dick?
I told her that was trash, but that wasn't before the money was distributed.
That was
It was after the sex.
After the sex, you told her it was trash.
Yes,
Like, even though you told your cousin that the sex was trash, you never told her that he raped you, correct?
no, not till the next day when she was sober.
All right, so now, when you talked with her and you showed her the first payment of money, Talithia went back into the house and asked Mark for more money, is that correct?
Yes,
And Mark sent you more money, correct?
yes,
And when Mark sent you more, you and Mark got in the car together and drove to the gas station, correct?
yes,
And he put, it was just you and him at that point, correct?
yes,
And you guys went and put gas in your car, correct?
correct,
Then you returned back to Mark's house, is that correct?
yes,
And when you returned back to Mark's house, Talithia and his cousin was in the room having sex, correct?
yes.
And during the time that Talithia and her cousin was in this room having sex, what were you doing at that time?
I was standing in the living room.
And you were free to leave, you could have walked out, correct?
Yes,
And when you went to the gas station, and got the gas, you could have drove home, correct?
yes,
During this time, you had your cell phone on, you, correct?
yes,
And Mark didn't force you to come back to the house, did he?
no,
So now you go back into the house and wait for your cousin to finish having sex, correct?
yes,
All right, then she comes out of the bedroom, is that correct?
yes,
Now, during the time that your cousin and the guy was in the bedroom having sex, you were in the living room, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have any sex in the living room, did you?
No.
And Mark didn't force you or take any sex from you while you were in the living room, correct?
He did.
In the living room?
There was, well, the living room, how the house is set up, the living room is right next to the kitchen.
Okay.
So in that little room, yes.
You had sex for a couple minutes, you said?
Yes.
And you never screamed out, correct?
No.
You never tried to fight him?
No.
You didn't yell to your cousin for help?
No.
And then after your cousin and the other guy left the bedroom, did you go back into that bedroom?
No.
You never went to that, you was only in the bedroom one time?
Yes.
At one point in time, you said you had sex near the front door?
That's where the rape took place, at the front door.
Okay, now when you was at the front door, your cousin was on the porch?
Yes.
And again, you did not yell out to ask your cousin to help, correct?
No.
And you the one that opened the front door, correct?
Yes.
Once you opened the front door, you went on the front porch and started talking to your cousin?
No.
What happened when you opened the door and went on the front porch?
When I opened the front door and went on the front porch, I went straight to my feet.
Okay, you waited for your cousin?
Yeah, she was already outside.
Then you took her home?
Yes.
You did not call the police that night, did you?
No, I did not.
Matter of fact, you didn't call the police for about 4 or 5 days, is that correct?
Correct.
Having a conversation with your cousin, you thought Mark was being cheap with the amount of money he gave you, isn't that correct?
No.
You thought he was being generous?
Yeah. Can I say something? I don't know how this works, I've never done it before.
Just answer the question.
And once you was talking to your cousin, did you give her the opinion that when you only had that conversation with you, that the amount of money Mark gave you was not enough?
Can you repeat the question?
You had a conversation with your cousin, Talithia, that you called Nikki. And based upon your conversation with Nikki, she went back in the house and asked Mark for more money, correct?
Right.
You redirect?
Yes. Just a couple questions. Is there a reason that you didn't leave after you had gas in the car?
Yes.
What is that?
Because I was still responsible for Talithia getting home safely.
And what were your thoughts when Talithia wanted to go after more money?
I was angry. I was a little confused because I told her I didn't care about me. I needed to go pick my brother up. And that's what I kept saying.
Did you ever ask for more money?
No.
And after this happened, how long did it take you before you went to the hospital?
A couple hours.
And when you were at the hospital, did law enforcement come to you?
Yes.
And at that point, did you give a statement to law enforcement?
At the hospital, I did not.
Did they give you a number to call to make a statement?
Yes.
And did you follow up with that?
I did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, so I need to get two concepts of things down here. I got a little confused. There was a lot of going back and forth, so bear with me, okay? So on this particular day, you were working
Doing DoorDash.
Doing DoorDash. And you get a call from Talithia?
I was with Talithia.
You were with Talithia.
She was DoorDash.
DoorDash? All right, and you guys decide that you're going to go to this guy's house, and you're just gonna chill with him, is that right?
Yes.
So you're going to stop making money, stop working to go chill with some guys that you never met?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it you kind of like the guy when you met him, is that right?
Yes.
And you agree to have consensual sex with him, is that right?
Yes.
And take it was unprotected sex, right?
Mm-hmm.
You never met this guy before. Mm-hmm. During the course of this first interaction with him, the sexual encounter with him, you said he starts to get aggressive.
Yes.
Did you at any point tell him no or to stop?
Yes.
When did you tell him no or to stop?
I told him no for the anal when he wanted to do anal sex. I told him no.
Okay, you told him no, did you do anal sex too?
He still penetrated. Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. So what were you doing at the time that you told him no, that you penetrated your anal?
Allow him to do it. Set there first.
You testified initially that poked you, so to speak, you jumped.
Mm-hmm.
Lack of better phrasing, you continue to assume the position so that he could insert himself?
Yes.
Why did you do that if you didn't want him to do it?
Because he hit the cocaine, and by that time, it's him doing the cocaine. He is 10 times stronger than I am.
He did what? Speak to the microphone.
When he had snorted the cocaine, he became aggressive. So by that time, he is stronger than I am. So if I'm moving, like trying to move around, being in a position where it's uncomfortable, and you're stronger than me, to where you can hold me down, I'm not gonna move because I don't know what to expect from that. I don't know what your next move is. I don't know how it will play out.
Can you describe your demeanor at the time this is going
on? Of the penetrated anal?
Yes.
I was angry.
Weren't crying?
I was hurt, no. I didn't cry until I got into the car.
Did you tell him please stop or anything like that?
I never said please stop, I just told him no.
So you said after he finished, you left the room and you went to the bathroom, is that right?
Yeah.
And then after you left the bathroom, you went to the living room.
Mm-hmm.
Talithia was still with the other guy, is that right?
No, we all, when I left out of the room the first time, or out the bathroom, Talithia and Mark's cousin they were still in the living room. They had not went back into the room yet. None of that had happened yet.
Okay.
So
what happened after you sit down in the living room? You say you sent her a text.
I sent her a text message to get her to look at it.
Okay.
And she never looked up.
So then what happened?
We just sat there. I was just scrolling on my phone. I don't really remember. I don't remember.
So how did it come about that you left?
To go home when we got back from the gas station.
Wait a minute. Before you even get to the gas station, how do you get out of the living room to the car?
Oh, I never made it to the car. I never made it to the car. When we got done having intercourse in the room the first time, after I put myself up, sat down, sent Talithia that text message. When we were leaving to go outside, Talithia and Mark's cousin walked outside first. After they walked outside, I was walking outside and Mark was walking behind me. Talithia did not have my keys, so I walked back in the house and grabbed my keys. When I grabbed my keys off the table, Mark was already walking in behind me. So as I'm walking back to the front door, he closes the door shut with his hand.
And that's what he was telling you he wanted some more.
Yes.
You said he penetrated you again.
Yes.
you say anything?
No, I just said, I gotta go get my brother. And that's when Mark proceeds to say, I know, that's when he proceeds to say, I know what you like. Oh, I guess I'm gonna take it. I guess I'm breaking it. And those were his exact words. Exact words.
And after that happens, then what?
After that happens, the door was able to get open. I walked outside, I got in my truck. That's when Talika said, asked about the money situation, asked if he had given me some money. And then, once I showed up,
How much money he gave?
not off the top of my head.
Was money discussed prior to me going over there that they were gonna pay you?
He told me that if I stopped DoorDashing, that he'd give me some gas money to come over there and hang out with him.
Just gas money?
Yes.
Was there any money offered for sex?
No.
So you remember how much gas you put in your car?
I want to say maybe 30, 60, I don't remember.
Did you put all the money that he gave you into the tank?
No, I put half of it.
So probably gave you at least $60. All right.
I don't know off the top of my head, so I apologize.
That's okay. Okay, so after you get the gas, is that when you take Talika home?
Yeah.
All right. So how do you end up back at the place?
Well, no, I apologize. After we got the gas, because me and Mark both went to the gas station. Talika was already inside the house, so when we got back from the gas station.
Okay, I'm sorry. So this is where I get confused. So she goes in the house and complains to him about the money.
Yes, and that's when Mark calls. He had called me and told me that I have a problem with him sending me the money that he sent me the first time. I told him no. And he was like, well, Nikki, Talika, she's in here tripping. Can you come get her? She's tripping about the money. I said, I'm okay. I gotta go get my brother. He told her, come on.
Okay.
So she never came outside. Mark came outside and me and Mark ended up going to the gas station.
So he went to the gas station with you?
Yes.
All right. And he goes to the gas station with me. Does he pay for the gas or do you pay for the gas with the money that he gave?
I paid for the gas with the money that he gave. And he come.
He comes. Then you go back to the house, take him back home.
Yes, and to get to leave.
You get there, she's having sex with her cousin in the room.
Yes. We're just finishing up because when we walked into the home, they were literally they came out the room probably less than 50 seconds. They weren't even back there that long.
Did you say anything to Mark about what happened?
No.
You say anything to you about what happened?
No.
So then there's another assault while you're there to pick up Talika?
Yes. That was at the kitchen.
That was at the kitchen. All right, any questions based on my questions?
No.
No, Your Honor. Thank you, man. You may step. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Witnesses on behalf of the defendant? No, Your Honor. People?
Your Honor, at this time, one motion to send this matter over to circuit court. We believe that they might be burden of probable cause that this court is well aware that penetration, no matter how slight it is, the case law states that penetration starts at going past the butt cheeks. In this case, we had Ms. Evans testified that she felt marked the defendant's penis on her anal opening 3 times. This is all after she was said that she was not willing to do anal. Further, the court is well aware that consent can be taken back at any time. And in this case, that's what happened. Ms. Evans did say no. She then felt she couldn't fight back, that someone was stronger than her holding her down. And that fighting back, saying stop, repeatedly saying no repeatedly is not necessary. There is the unprobable cause standard of force use in all the instances of being held down in the bed, being held against the door, and held down to the kitchen. So yes.
Your Honor, when I heard, when I was making notes on certain words, that the first word is that what she and her cousin agreed to before she even met anyone. She knew she was going over there to be compensated and that they were going to have what she testified to as moral and vaginal sex. Something to testify. But that's what her understanding was. She goes to the house and she goes into the bedroom and she has consensual sex. And then she used the word, he asked on the first occasion, can we have anal sex? And she kind of said, well, she said no, but other communication occurred and she did not fight, push, say no. And then once he did the poke, she laid back and assumed the position. Judge, it wasn't like she ever even testified to that. She said, oh, no, no, no. She never said that. She never said her voice was heightened. And she never said she said it in any type of demeanor, which you would think, oh, boy, man, or whatever it was. But she kept saying, okay. And then she allowed him to finish. And she allowed him to do this. And she used the word allowing on one time, and she used the word letting on the second occasion. And when you think about the gravity of it all, now all of a sudden it's an agreement based upon the type of sex we had. You haven't paid enough money. So her cousin goes up and says, you needed more money. And he pays more money. You got to remember, he even cash-apped her money. He gave her cash money, and he cash-apped her more money, pursuant to the testimony. They voluntarily go to the gas station. She takes half the money. He pays. She got a phone on her at all times. She never ever says anything about great stop. I don't want to go to the gas station. I don't want to go back to the house. I asked her anytime, did she ever try to push him, fight with him, argue with him, anything? And it was always consistently no. I'm quite sure you took great notes, but what I'm saying, I said that you tell your cousin, this is her first cousin, 20 feet away. She never told anybody. She never said, I'm ready to go. She came back into the house on 2 separate occasions. She came one back when she said she was looking for her keys. She went to the gas station. She was sitting in the car with her cousin by herself. You know, Judge, I don't see any sign of a no. And maybe, like I said, they were upset that and I asked him, when he gave the money after the sex, did you think he was being cheap? And at first she said, no, he was being generous. But even though he was being generous, her cousin goes back in there demanding more money. And he pays them more money. He's the gentleman. He calls her on the phone and says, do you think I didn't give you enough money? It wasn't like, oh, I didn't want this money. And he gave her more money after talking with him. And there wasn't no threats or anything of that nature. And what you want? I need some more gas. Okay, I'll go to the gas station with you. I need some more money. Fuck the gas. No force. And I know when some people say the word no mean no, but I'm just asking, yes, but take a look at the totality of circumstances, her body movement. Let her say yes, never pushing him off, never screaming, never telling her cousin, never jumping, pushing, kicking, moving, scratching, yelling, crying, or anything, Judge. That's called sex. With all respect, they were having sex. She was bartering. She wanted more money. She got more money. He never stopped her from leaving. Well, she said when they was going to the door, he pushed the door closed. She opened the door up when she was finished and left. And then came back after that. Thank you for your time and your patience.
No does mean no. It's not, look, no means no. Ms. Evans stated she did not want to participate in anal the first time in the bedroom. That's where her consent stopped. Yet she was still poked anally and penetrated anally after saying no to that. Furthermore, more money for type of sex that was never talked about in this case. Ms. Evans stated she did not want money for sex. That was not why she was there. She wanted money just for gas because she was leaving her job where she makes money for gas. Further, as Ms. Evans testified, the defendant himself stated, "I'm going to take it from you. I got some free meat." Those both go towards force. Further, under the jury instructions for definition of sufficient force, it is enough if the defendant overcomes the complainant by physical force. That's what happened in all three occurrences here. She doesn't need to scream, she doesn't need to yell no, she doesn't need to be vocal, she doesn't need to push away, she doesn't need to fight back. If he physically overtakes her, which is what she testified to, that is enough to be forced. Thank you.
Thank the Lord for not blessing me with any daughters. I take issue with this whole arrangement to begin with. In that, how do you're working the job and your cousin, or whoever she is, arranges for you to go over to meet some guys you've never met before, and you end up having unprotected sex with them. And some money is exchanged, whether it's for gas or for some other purpose. Money is exchanged. I have an issue with all that together, but that's not here. That's not what I'm here to judge. I'm here to determine whether or not this defendant engaged in sexual penetration using force or coercion to accomplish that sexual penetration. Quite frankly, I don't see that on the first occasion. On the first occasion where the witness indicated that sex was consensual, that he took a hit of cocaine and became more aggressive. He wanted to have anal sex with her. She initially said she told him no, but she said something about he poked her and then he went back to the vagina and then came back to her again. But when she was poked initially, she jumped, but then she assumed the position. So does that assuming the position imply that it's now consensual, even though I at first said no? She doesn't give any of the bells and whistles that indicate that this isn't something that I want to do anymore. I'm not trying to get away. I'm not screaming for help. I'm trying to get help. I don't even say no anymore than that initial time. I'm not crying. She did say that she was angry, but she admitted that she said the DICK was trash too. So was she angry about the sex not being as good as she thought it would be? I don't know. But as far as the criminal sexual conduct third degree, that's what you're charging for the first incident. I think it's insufficient because it's not clear to me that the defendant was overtaking her by force or coercion to accomplish the sexual penetration. The whole assuming the position kind of bothers me. Now, you're correct in that no means no. On the second occasion, when she's attempting to leave the house, and he comes to her and he tells her that he wants more. And she says to him no, and that she has to go pick up her brother. He doesn't keep that to her. He tells her that I know what you like. He continues to try to kiss on her and romance her and that type of thing. After she had told him no. To me, that's a little bit different than that. I guess we could have fleshed out more if she assumed the position again. I'm not quite sure how he was able to accomplish the sexual penetration on the second count. They weren't as explicit. She wasn't as explicit in her answers as she was in the first incident. There may be a question of fact as to count 2, criminal sexual conduct, and 3rd degree force or coercion. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree force or coercion. Now this was the 3rd incident. Is that the one where you lifted up her skirt? Or am I still talking about the 2nd?
I believe that was both second.
I don't remember a lot of detail about the 3rd incident as to how that sexual encounter occurred. But she says, this isn't your typical sexual assault. You got the guy cash out money, going to the gas station with her, pumping the gas, all of these things. Either he's LV or special ed, and not understanding that if you're going to rape somebody, you don't leave all these things behind where you easily trace back to. She's at your house or the house you're connected with, giving her the cash app, money. I don't know. That's the count 3, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree force or coercion. Either one of you, I don't remember the specific detail as to how that occurred.
Now, they had come back from the gas station. They were in the living room. Her cousin Felicia and his cousin came out of the bedroom within less than a minute.
Right.
Mark's cousin went to the bathroom. She could see them from where the kitchen was. But then, from how I understood it, Felicia went into the living room. And couldn't be seen anymore from how she was in the kitchen area. And that's when she was held again and poked in the kitchen. And then, from my understanding, the bathroom door.
Was there any testimony as to her resisting or saying no or anything like that?
She said that she was held down and her skirt was lifted back after she had already told me previously.
Told them previously on the 2nd case?
Right.
On the 1st case? I think it does necessary. We also the might of her reason for being there and what she did, the behavior that she engaged in while she was there. It's very sensitive because you don't want to create a situation where plain witnesses are afraid to come forward because they believe nobody will believe. And she came across as a very credible witness. I will give you that. She admitted to some things that I'm sure were not comfortable for her to admit. But on the flip side of that, I have to also determine if the defendant knowingly forced or coerced her into this activity. Did he know or should have known that this was not wanted? And I can't say full confidence as it relates to count 3 either, because I couldn't even remember the specific detail as to what she did to say no or to otherwise signal to the defendant this is something that is not wrong. I can, in the 2nd incident, in the 1st incident, most of it, if not all of it, 100% of it sounded consensual, except for that one time she said no, but then she kind of fell into it, so to speak, and didn't resist or otherwise object to what was going on. So, all that being said, before after hearing testimony of the plaintiff witness, Jasmine Evans is satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to count 2, in such conduct, 3rd degree force or coercion. The court is not satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to counts 1 and 3. The court finding insufficient evidence to bind over on those 2 counts. As to the count the defendant has been bound on, his arraignment on the information date and time will be March 3rd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. following. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. You want to copy the other?
Have a good day, Your Honor.
Thank you as well. Enjoy
You
the
too.
long weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably the toughest case.
I was
Who is
looking.
this on the cell phone? Can I help
Hello?
you? Yes, sir.
Yes. I have a court appointment.
With who?
Judge Judge Kenyatta Stanford Jones.
Hey, that's not me, sir. That's 360-435-0000.
I haven't
Oh.
ordered that.
Okay.
You're in the wrong courtroom.
Oh, this is the number that was given to me.
Sir, I just gave you the correct number, 360-435-0000.
Oh, that's the number you've given me. Oh, okay. Can I write? Hold on. Let me write it down. Spell it. Say it again.
360-435-0000.
360-435-0000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Have a good one.
All right, boss.
Enjoy your long weekend. Yeah. So now I know to eat breakfast before I come in.
Sorry.
No, you're
usually like this.
No, no, it's okay.
So I just went through because I knew that the last case.
Mhm. Okay, I'll see you Tuesday. I can leave my little breast thing here since I'm gonna be. You leaving for today? Have a good weekend.
Thank you, you as well. I
See ya.
appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Thank
did
you
a
for
great
being
job.
nice to me. Now Tuesday, you might not be as nice since I should know what to do, right?
That's our homicide day. We'll have fun.
Oh,
It's
Lord.
only three cases I schedule on homicide day.
Okay,
So we'll be good. We'll have probable cause conferences, but that's it.
okay,
And one of them is waiving.
gotcha.
So we'll be in good shape.
Okay. Enjoy your weekend, okay?
Thank you, you too.
Bye.
Oh, bye, I'm sorry.
Bye. See you next week.
Okay, see you.
That's what I would think. All right. Have a good weekend. Yes.